All right, I think we're online. Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Hope you're all having a good Labor Day, having a good Monday. I guess Labor Day if you're in the US, but hope you're all having a good Monday nonetheless. Welcome back to Hollow Knight. We are beginning day 2 of what I am now dubbing the Amnesia playthrough, just because I forget a lot of the game, and as soon as I encounter it, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that. So yeah, might as well just get straight into it today. I don't think there's anything stopping us or holding us back. I need to check my microphone. Kind of like going off the radar for some reason. I didn't think I adjusted it last night, but we'll lower it to about here. I think that will be good. But yeah, how's everybody's day today? Anybody do anything special, anything fun, anything exciting in the world? Me personally didn't do anything too crazy. I bought oh boy. Sorry, my phone started playing a video when I moved it over. Yeah, I didn't do anything too crazy today. It was pretty simple day. I got half a dozen donuts and I ate all the half dozen of donuts. I probably will regret it very much tomorrow, but you know, they're donuts. I enjoyed the donuts. So yeah, where were we at last night? We were just about, I don't know what that pin is. I know what the gold pin is for. I forget what the blue one is. But we had just kind of discovered another area that we got through the City of Tears. We discovered another area, and we're just gonna go back to that area as far as I am concerned at this time and place. Okay, I have an incredible ability just to fall on any like possible like environmental hazard for some reason. Do I need to go across? I think I do. I think where I need to go is across here. Go where we want to go next. And I am partially remembering this part where we're going. So this is where the Amnesia playthrough comes in place. I'm remembering portions of this game as we're playing through it, and I'm like, ah, yes, this makes sense. I remember this ever so slightly. I remember some of the characters' movements, but do I remember all the characters' movements? Absolutely not. Or do I remember how I got to this area? You know, maybe. But this is where we were at last night. When we finished up the night, we were doing some like money grubbing, kind of getting some stuff. And now we're in the Soul Sanctum. Ooh, spooky. Spooky, spooky. I mean, let's find our way around here. So there's something up there. Something over here. Conifer, why can't I hear you again? What's going on over here? Oh, is this just like a shortcut? Ornate door made from glistening metal. There's a slot for some kind of key. Okay, so I don't have the key for that yet, unfortunately. It's probably a shortcut once I fully get through this area is what I'm assuming. And the organ starts playing. I do like organ. Is there like a instrument that you guys personally, oh, ghost, like to hear, that you like to listen to? Me, I preferably like the saxophone in just any of its baritone, alto, whatever tone there is, varieties. Okay, I killed a ghost randomly, not the ghost I wanted to kill. Ooh, gotta get warmed up again. I really like the saxophone. Saxophone is very peaceful, very fun to listen to. For me personally, I just enjoy it. I like listening to jazz music. And I even used to play the alto sax at one point in time in my life. to a decent degree. You know, I was like somewhat of a band kid, but I wasn't like that hardcore band kid. I never really wanted to do any of like marching band sort of stuff. I was gonna say, what did that open? I never really wanted to do any of the marching band sort of stuff, but my band teacher really wanted me to do it. But I was in cross country and I liked doing the sports, and I did not want to go around and doing marching band stuff because he was a really strict marching band teacher. Like there was several times where our school won states and our marching band was more revered than our football team, because our football team, there was so many times where our football team, it was good at one point, but then one year when all the good seniors graduated, it went down to like the next year they were losing games 100 to like 2, in which 2 is a very random number, but I'm pretty sure there was a game where that happened. It's crazy. I actually got in trouble one time for saying I wasn't going to go to a game because it was going to be a waste of time, because there was a student, or like a student in my grade, who went to like this like Friday special program thing, and they overheard me. My sister was trying to convince me to go to the football game, and I was like, they're just gonna lose. Why do I want to go if they're just gonna? I did end up going to that football, funnily enough, but I got in trouble because this one girl, her brother was on the football team. She went to the principal and said it hurt her feelings that I said I wasn't going to the football game. So that was a fun time, you know. It just like, and I even went to the football game. It was like a week later too that this happened. Like it was on the Friday that we were debating about actually going, and we didn't decide to go. And it was a week later that I got in trouble for it. I got called down to the principal's in office in this for everything, and like talked to like, why are you disrespecting our football team? I was like, because they didn't do good, and I actually did even go to that game, so I don't know why I'm even here. Our one principal, our vice principal, was kind of crazy. Pulled me down to the office for so many dumb. Anyway, a record ABBA. The mind still limits us so. How to break past its constraints to attain a pure focus? Is it even possible? Scientists have been debating this for many years with no success. I actually need to watch that movie. I think it's like Limitless or something. I don't think I've seen like any clips of like Limitless on like YouTube Shorts or anything. But there has been time. Okay, I did that the wrong way. Okay. Gotta focus up here for a second. Ooh. Okay, that should not, I don't think. Okay. And now you little rat. You're dead. Doesn't even matter. I'm better. I lived with 1 health. That's all that matters. Now give me a bench, please. Give me a bench. Bench. Where's the bench? Bench. Ah, please, no, please. No. Just wanted a bench. Is that so hard to ask for in this day and age? A simple bench? A succulent Chinese sandwich? Or succulent Chinese meal? Is that so hard to ask for? It's a dumb meme if you know that meme. It's like a guy's getting arrested because I think he was like doing illicit things in a restaurant. He was like, "Get your hands off me. Is there something wrong with having a succulent Chinese meal?" It's such a goofy meme too. All right, I can't go this way. Gotta go back this way. Gotta go out the elevator. Can a knight not enjoy a succulent bug dish? How preposterous! Please. A succulent grub meal. Ooh, why did you take 3 hits? Okay, that's not... You little slime ghost. Killed me. Ah, stop killing me. Fine. Fine. Can't believe I had a dumb death like that. You have a shortcut. I don't like you, ghost. You're dumb. You kind of just crawl along the floor like a little baby. Like a little baby crying about, oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm so sorry. Wow, cry me a river, dead little ghost baby. So I think going, yeah, up the lever, go up here. I'm half expecting another one of those, like, ooh, where'd you come from? It's not so kind of goofy. It's just like waving its arms all around, like, ah, give me a soul. I need to live. Master has not given Dabi a soul. Dabi is free. Master has given Dabi a soul. Okay, how'd that miss? Ow. Oh, there's 2 of you now. Okay. Please. Oh. Ugh. Where am I at? Gaming with Jessica 321. Thank you. Hello. I don't know where this goes. I don't think it goes anywhere. This is somewhere. Think I'm gonna mark that blue or red. I think. It's so hard to move the mark there. Red right there. That makes sense, I think. Makes sense to me, at least. Up, over, up. All right. No! Get out of here! I do not desire your spectral presence. Your orange soul of explosion is not welcome here. Your orange Fanta soul. Get your Fanta out of here. We're a sun-kissed family. Oh, come back. Do you guys have like any pop lineage? I don't really drink pop, so I don't really have lineage, or like, I always say lineage. It's like, ah, yes, my grandfather was indoctrinated into the Sprite family years ago. You mere simpleton wouldn't understand the fine, colloquial drinking habits of the Sierra Mist Pepsi line. I don't get like allegiance to like pop like that sometimes. It's kind of goofy. I feel like this is boss. Is there another way? I don't think there's another way. There's this up here. Silly ghost. Or anything? No! Why is there so many of you? The youth were sacrificed to enhance the mind. Please be like a hammer. Spell twister. For you. Reduces the soul cost of casting spells. Ah, where'd you come from? Ow! Hey, that's kind of a actually kind of probably a nice spell. What? I'm not gonna have time to equip it because I believe we are going into a boss fight. I heard a chink. Oh, hello there. Look at you, you fine dapper fellow. You just hanging out in the background, are you? You're just gonna stay in the background, aren't you? Right? Oh no, you're coming up to kill me. That's fair. That's fair. Ooh. Silly little ghost man, the soul master. Oh, I didn't know that did shockwaves. Heal up for a sec. Ooh, you little fake out there. You little trickster. Someone went to Houdini's School of Magic. Ow. Someone went to the Houdini School of Pain as well. Ow, ow. No, I wanted a pogo on your head. Oh, please, please. I just need a heal. I just need a heal. I didn't know if that was going to be a fake out. Miss it. No. Heal, heal, heal. I need all the healing I can get. Oh, you little trickster. It keeps going for the fake out. He gone. Is this the up or the down? I think this is the... Oh, nope, he's still alive. I forgot about that. Oh, no. I should have healed. Ow. Man, he just really trying his hardest out here. Trying to go out for the varsity team, even though he's a master. He's still gone. He's still done for. He's still dead. I still beat him. First try, baby. First try. The Amnesia playthrough goes strong. Let me heal up, please. Alright, I'm pretty sure this is the down smash spell that we get. Consume the desolate dive. Tap B while holding down to strike the earth with a burst of power. Spells will deplete the soul. Replenish soul by striking enemies. Yay. I have... Ooh, more ghosts. I'm gonna do the funny. See, that was kind of funny, right? Ugh. Do I keep going down, you think? Okay, well, I did not mean to go all that way. Got Hollowness Seal, that's more money for me. I keep like holding B. Oh no! There was a little guy! No, I want the little guy! Let me go, let me go! got surrounded. Little gremlins, they wanted to kill me. Look at how many dead bodies are here. Like I said earlier, this guy was like, yeah, in order to increase my soul, I need to consume the soul of others. Like, look at how many bodies there are. This whole room is just bodies upon bodies. Papanada. Are you? Little goofy goober. Alright, so there definitely was a grub here. Hello. I think is there something over here too, or is this just kind of general? I think this still leads to some. Oh, and underneath that. So I don't know where this is leading to anything. No, I probably could. Oh, okay, that leads to here. I still think I missed something back that way, so I'm gonna go back. Oh goodness. I'm actually surprised like how okay I'm doing despite my amnesia playthroughness of this. Like I was fully expecting like, yeah, that boss might take like 2 tries, you know. It gave me some decent difficulty, I believe, if I'm remembering. You know, I could also just remember incorrectly, because that is also a very possible thing that could be happening with my memory, but I felt like he was a lot tougher before. Let's... Oh, did I just miss on like Geo? So much. Dumb ghost, dumb ghost, dumb ghost, dumb ghost. Oh my gosh, they just keep spawning. More scary. That's fine. We're fine. I think I had to go back this way anyways. Did I get like a key or something from killing him? I think I did. It's like that ornate door that I don't have an answer to. But I think now I could go up to the crystal mines, I think. But there's also like the tunnel to the depths below. I also still need the dreamer thing. So much stuff that could possibly happen. Need a like a new view. I am blocked right. I think I can go check it out again. I think I'll still be blocked. Oh no. Is this like a I didn't. Okay, still blocked. All right, so from here, I'll go back to the bench by Conifer, and I will get, and I'll go head back down to the bottom part there. As long as I don't. Hey, Conifer's. He must have went venturing further down into the depths. Okay. 2 damage there when I didn't really. That's always cool. I believe that is to a passageway that I get. I just need to head down below here. Right there, spikes at the bottom of this stage. He has a store. I can sell another one of my Hallownest seals. Yeah, that's another Hallownest seal, all right. The shop will be overflowing with these things soon. Gah, I never guessed so many would still be lying around. They're as common as you make them seem. Maybe I've been offering too much for them. I don't have anything else. We'll be. What's your name, good sir? I don't know your name. Well, I'll have to check that next time I actually. And then the royal waterways are right there. So now I just need to go this way. What we got here? Ooh, let's see. I knew there was something important here, but I didn't know what specific. Hey, it's Hornet again. Again, we meet, little ghost. I'm normally quite perceptive. You, I underestimated, though I've since guessed the truth. You've seen beyond this kingdom's bounds. Your resilience is born of 2 voids. It's no surprise that you've managed to reach the heart of this world. In doing so, you shall know the sacrifice that keeps it standing. If, knowing that truth, you'd still attempt a role in Hallownest perpetuation, seek the grave in ash, and the mark it would give to grant one like you. Memorial to the Hollow Knight. In the black vault far above, through its sacrifice, Hallownest lasts eternal. Black Egg Temple has been added to the map. The original little temple area that we saw before. Wait, I can't go this way. I guess down through the royal waterways we can go. See what we can find down there. You can hear like a little grub sound. Oh yeah, these guys. Ooh. There's a wall here too. No, no, get away from me. Ah, I thought for sure there'd be something. What we got? Oh, what are you, good sir? You look like a panda. Don't take something if it isn't yours. That's the law. Everything you see belongs to me. Don't be angry. I'll share my food with you. Sure, we'll purchase some. Manga, this Geo is mine now. Don't try to take it back. Here, take your food with you. A rancid egg. Interesting. I just like keep purchasing rancid eggs.
Hello, Red.
I don't even know what rancid eggs are. Is there a limit to? I see the prices going up. I might just be like throwing away money right now.
Hello, right?
Is this guy gonna be mad that I'm keep buying food? He's got a lot on his back, like.
Hello, right?
Do it like a couple more times. I don't know if there will be like. It's like slowly going up. What are rancid eggs even for? Generally, no. I like how it's like, I'll give you food. Fatty, rancid egg of an unknown creature emits a powerful stench of decay. Generally not considered edible. Hey, you're not giving me food. You're just giving me garbage. Okay, the price went down. I don't think I need to keep spending. Yeah, there's a lot of trash down in these royal water pools. No way that hit. No way that hit. Oh, what is going on? Okay, I am almost dead. I should be a little more careful. Where'd you go, you little... I like how when you hit them, they flip upside down and they do a different, like, attack. So that's where we came in at. I still don't have a map, obviously, but there. Oh no, his little face went flying right here. Poor guy. I mean, he did try to kill me, but I still feel bad. Not like the insects that jumped into the acid last night. Those fell to their own demise. All right. Conifer? It's like there's like a little gate. Oh, a little disgusting. Oh, this bottom half's alive too. I thought it was only one or the other, but it's both. Oh no. I was hitting the body. It was still alive. All right, where you at, Connor? pest. Ooh. Come on, I know you're so alive. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Not mean to swerve back into that. Would you look at that? Another rancid egg. Do I hear something? Big guy was trapped. Ooh. Not mean for all of that to happen. Ooh, mask shard. Very nice, very nice. I knew I heard something around here. Just didn't know where. Oh, does this just lead? Yeah. Okay. I don't want to fall down here. Still need to find our boy Conifer, though. Just be like... I don't want to fall down there. Ooh. Boy was chasing me. He was floating. Oh, please. All right, Mr. Conifer, where you at? I can hear you. Why is that like little battle music right now? Oh, it's because I'm kind of locked in here. Yes. Is that all of them? There's still one boy. What's the point? Oh, I have no idea what that was. Oh, aren't these waterways always thrilling? A labyrinth of pipes and tunnels. Oh, I couldn't have asked for a better place to employ my talents. It's all so orderly, so considered. Nothing like the crude and irregularity of those caverns. Ah, but so sad. My trunk is telling me those fungal wastes are close, and I sense my damp adventure may have reached its end. Guess I'll be calling this map done. All right, another map from the great Conifer, the great explorer. Wait, so I went all that way. I mean, it looks like there's an exit to the fungal wastes. I could just go check out real quick. See where that's taking me to. What? 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 Oh, that's what that lever opened. There was like a door right here. Okay. All right, well. back exploring the other way of the waterway, I guess. I know there's a grub in one of these areas too. I just don't know where it is. I could hear it squabbling. Ah, wait. Does it just drop down in the water to back? Must. Ow. Not what I wanted to deal with right there. Or that. That is most certainly not something I would want to deal with. Alright. Yeah, see, I can hear him. Where you at, little guy? Oh, wait, what? I may have gone a lot further than I wanted to right there. Hang back. I can. Okay, where are you? I really have no idea. I really have no idea. I can hear it. I know it's above me. Oh, maybe he's this way. Ah, haha. I was like, he's got to be somewhere. He was just below, not above. That's okay. So we got that. We can go down the. See what's down here. Opened up a little shortcut of sorts. Jeez Louise, they're hungry. They're vengeful, these little worms. I just need to navigate my way through this area to see what I can find. Oh, they're kind of like mimics in a sense, guys. They look like the little poofy boys. Right, be the weird like. Oh, must have drowned. And for living in a waterway, these bugs do not survive in water at all. I mean, I guess you could say that about a lot of insects too. I'm sure there's like ants that build like ant cucumber, like near waterbeds, so they got to deal with water. I mean, they must have ants must have adapted from all like the waterboarding they've had over the years. Seeing another rancid egg. I've already checked on this way. Guess back here. This will take us to where? So just take us up. Might as well see up. Not like anything all off, so I guess exploring this way. There. Oh, not another grub. It was an exploding bat. Both equally cute, but one far more deadly. There's a way in the bottom left and the bottom. I guess I'll make my way to the right area, see what I can find. Oh, Aquamera! Aha! Who made that noise? Eco, haha. Who do we have? Whose man is over? Hello? Oof. Oof. The dung defender. I remember him being like a brick. Can find heal up one. Ooh. No, he's now like jumping up as he's like swimming like a dolphin, a dung dolphin, if you must say. Oh no, it hit me on the rebound. Oh, I got double hit right there. No. What are you doing? Are you powering up? No, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to heal first. Man, maybe I was just bad at games before. I mean, that is very much a possibility. I was just bad at video games. Oh ho ho. Oh shit, okay. I must just be bad, like in history terms, in history's sake, because I am just like rushing it now. And then the Defender's Crest. What does the Defender's Crest do? Is that like a charm? It is. Alright. Unique charm bestowed by the King of Hallownest to his most loyal knight, scratched and dirty, but still cared for. Causes the bearer to emit a heroic odor. Ah. Yes, the heroic odor, the heroic stench. No idea what that does. Rising, letting some green goo rise up. This isn't. I think I might go back the other way real quick. There's still some stuff I haven't explored, it seems. Particularly down this bottom right. I really have no idea what that lever. It wasn't really that bad. I wasn't gonna deal with it. I just did not want to deal with Keith McGee over here. So there was nothing on this side. Let's see. Up there. A little bit of crystals, but nothing I can do right now. So go back and check out the left, and if I don't find anything there, go up into the left, or up into the right, past the Dung Defender where we fought him at. That's my best guess at this one. Go in any of this. Ah, man. I might just be like better at games. Like I remember on my first playthrough, I just did not do good against the Dung Defender, like at all. It probably took me like 10 tries for the Dung Defender. Now I'm just like, ooh, I can read the movements of all my foes. They shall perish before me, you know, casual stuff. Healing. Keep holding B. I need to just tap. What is... There we go. Oh, no. No way that was still like hitboxable. I'm just gonna wait for the smoke to go. Now I know it sounds like there's something down there. Probably because there is. It's a matter of if I actually want to deal with it. I wonder if some things are like weaker to spirit and some are weaker to like nail attack. Not spirit, soul. I feel like I've been down here. Might not have been yet. That's unfortunate. It's there. All right. Slow but steady, slow but steady. I cannot make it back up there though now. So it looks like I'm at least trapped down here for a little. Let's see. All the baby grow. I'm gonna have a lot of money after experience here. So I better have like at least some work. That give me any lead of anywhere? That was just kind of a dead end. Oh, go back on the bench. Messed up. Check out our map. Yeah, it was kind of just a dead end there. I guess we'll go back to the right for the City of Tears. We do need to go to the restroom real quick, so give me one moment and we'll be right back. Alrighty. We are back. Alright, so yeah. While we're on this little long traversal here, what games have you guys been kind of like playing on the side? For me, like this is my main game right now just because I'm streaming it, but there have been a couple games I have been playing on the side as well. One being Elden Ring Night Rain. And I wasn't expecting, like I was not going to pick up this game at launch, and I didn't. I like held out for like what, it came out in May. I think I held out for approximately 3 months before I ultimately bought it. There was just like so many videos of people on YouTube playing it. I'm like, you know, this looks so cool. This looks so fun. It actually like completely like reversed my expectations of what I thought the game was going to be. And I was like, you know what? This is going to be a good time. I'd actually very much enjoy playing. Oh, hey there. Oh, it's you again. I'm glad to see you return. No, please don't say a word. I must apologize for my previous behavior. Entirely my fault. I mistook you for one of those mindless skulking husks. Yet you bested me in the most majestic knightly fashion. Such joyous, vigorous combat. I'd almost forgotten the feeling. I once was a knight, you see. By the grace of our good king, I stood proudly before the throne, watching hollowness swell to greatness. And that nasty business with the affliction. 3 knights defend against the physical, but a formless enemy? How to defeat such a foe? Our king tried through it in his own way, a cruel means it was, and still eventually we were brought to low. I shouldn't be so morose. You've invigorated me. 'Tis truly a delight to meet someone whose strength can match my own. Go now, mighty warrior of hollowness. You've proven yourself honor, good fortune on the path ahead. Thank you, Dung Defender. Quite nice of you. Yeah, I've like Elden Ring Night Rain has been like the thing I've been playing on the side, and I'm like, you know, this is pretty decent game. I'm enjoying it, but I got through, like, I haven't done any of like the hard mode bosses or what they call Everdark bosses yet. That is still on my to-do list, but there's a part of me that's just like, I feel like I kind of beat the game already, because I'm looking through the achievements. I pretty much have all the achievements besides the random ones I cannot get or like haven't gotten yet, because there's certain achievements linked to like randomly spawning events, and that is some geo over there. There we go. There are some randomly spawning events that are tied to achievements, and in all my runs so far, I have yet to see these events, and they're like very like time limited, specific. It's kind of weird. I can't. Ooh, I'm gonna fall far here. Oh, I guess I was already. I'm already like, I've played like a bunch of runs, so I'm like, I should eventually get it, you know. But I have yet to get it, and it's kind of annoying because I'm like, I can 100% this game pretty easily. I just need these dumb random events to actually happen. One of that wall. All right. Anything? Ooh. Okay. I gotta mark on the map. I think I was marking it with the trees. Pretty sure those are like the dream catchers. It is musky down. Ooh, there's. I was gonna say there's a lot of bug down there. I know I need to make my way to the mines at some. Come on, charge me. On you. There we go. Jeez, they were trying to stay away. But I've generally had a good time with Night Rain up to this point. I completed all the bosses besides the Everdark. on Wilder, and I think I did the Remembrance for Wilder and Iron Eye. I have some pretty decent relics that I've been pretty lucky to get. Okay, man. Oh, man, they're reading my movement. I really have no idea where I'm at. Apparently, I'm still in the Royal Waterlands. But yeah, I just haven't attempted the Everdark bosses yet, but I've beat all the bosses. And pretty fun game. It's just, I wish there was more. And all, you know, the maps aren't random, so that's kind of disappointing as well. Because one thing I didn't realize as I was watching all these videos of all these people is that a lot of the stuff is actually set, like or set location. Oh, where am I going? Map for this area. Oh. Mechanism with a slot for some kind of paths. Sting. Oh, jeez, I am just... I don't think I should be here yet. This guy is taking a lot of hits. I don't like how eerily quiet it is. Okay, I cannot step on that stuff after. They give a decent amount of money though. Hey, a little grub. I don't know. I still enjoy it. I'm going right now, going through playing with Duchess, and that is pretty fun. Jesus. But there was a run yesterday where a person left, and I'm like, no, I think I can kind of handle like what's going on right now. I mean, me and this guy, we made some like decent progress as well. Don't get me wrong. Holy smokes. He ended up carrying me towards the end of the run, no doubt. But we did end up losing in the end, which was a bit unfortunate. I forget what boss it was too. I think it was, oh, it was Sentient Pest, which, you know, pretty easy one. Oh, Cloth, hey. My friend, you dealt with all those beasts? I'm ashamed to say I was hiding. Those nasty things chased me and I ran. If you hadn't come along, who knows if I'd ever survive. Others take me for a fearsome warrior. What with my impressive size, but this kingdom's beasts? I wonder if I'm just no match for them. Enough! I cannot wallow in my weakness. I must take strength from your example. You act so confident in battle. You show no fear before your foes. I mean, there was a couple times where I was a little squeamish, but I'll try my best to do the same. Good on you, Claw. I look forward to our next contacts, tiny savior. Then you'll meet a warrior with courage to match your own. I do hope so. You are such an adorable little character, Cloth. I hope for the best of you. I don't like where this is going. There's like a lot of infection stuff. Can't even get close. Where are these little guys? Ooh, Palor! I can upgrade my weapon. Ooh. This. I got hurt so much there. I don't want to die down here. I haven't found a bench in a long time. Okay, that was stupid of me. That was real bloody stupid. Bench, please. No! I don't know where the last bench was. Oh, it's all the way here. Oh, it's so far away. I have such a long walk ahead of me. Man, those guys move. I can't believe I have such a long distance, and it has all my geo too. I cannot lose that geo. That is weapon upgrade geo. Ooh, skillful takedown of 2 pests. I can't go this way. I gotta go up. Dang it, now I've fallen. Can't believe how far of a walk I have to take. Stupid explodey thing blew up in my face and it made me very sad. It didn't spray the sun kiss, it only sprayed the Fanta, and now it cost me 2 damage and cost me my life. Nope, not getting hit. I'm just gonna keep on moving. I got a long walk ahead. Have you guys seen the trailer for The Long Walk? It's like a Stephen King book made like movie. It seems interesting, but the end seems very predictable. I really don't know where you can kind of go with it when you're at the very beginning of the show. You're like, yeah, only one of you, there's only one winner and you don't stop walking. I mean, I'm sure there's tons of interpersonal relationships that you can go into and that are formed because of this walk. But man, I'm also just you know how it's going to end. It's going to be one of the main people you set up. It's going to be the survivor of the walk more than likely. But what can you do for surprise factor with it? I know it's probably more a gruesome, you don't know which one's gonna die, but you know, of the 2 main people that they're showing off, one of them's going to die. I mean, most of them are probably gonna die. I mean, they could probably do a random throw you for a loop if they did a thing where it's just someone you didn't expect who wasn't a main character ended up winning. Because it seems gruesome, this Long Walk movie. And at least the trailers they've shown, it's shown people just their legs being completely mutilated and blown out because of I come down. Oh wait. Well, I'm gonna have to find Conifer. Because I think in the trailer it showed them mile 300. If you cannot stop walking, are you getting to mile 300 just in I don't even know how long. Are you not allowed to take naps or sleep at all? Or is their designated sleeping time? I'm not sure. True servant gives all for the kingdom. Let Hallowness Pale King relieve you of your burden. I don't know. I need to buy the map. Otherwise, I would just drop my geo just to see what it would do. Old caverns, these ones. Can't you just feel the weight of the kingdom above? It's a heavy thing, all right. I reckon not many reach these depths. We're pioneers, you and I, at least in recent history. 112. One sec, Conifer. Let me kill some of these shell boys. I need more shell boys. Or I need to raid a coffer. Yeah, I would happily raid a coffer at this point. So eerily quiet. The other areas have had like at least some music. I still have yet to find a bench. Higher being, these words are for you alone. Our pure vessel has ascended. Beyond lies only the refuse and regret of its creation. We shall enter that place no longer. We got a door right where I'm standing. Right there. I'm blocked off by. I still need like 30 more geo. I'm so sad that I lost all my geo from dying at one time. Oh, it's a bench too. I would really appreciate both of these, but I simply do not have the means to afford this at the moment. I'm like, maybe if I run and get the geo, I can afford it. That is wrong. You say so myself. I guess back this way we go. Super duper quiet. That's all I needed to kill. Hear it. I swear it only took like 2 hits before I killed the guy. I think I just go back, buy the map, and buy the bench. Except I can't get back up. You come a little closer. I am not getting dive bombed by these birds again. It is not worth my time. Pretty sure that's where I initially. Okay. Resting. me see if the map has anything like new pointing out for me. I don't think there's quite do.
하늘이 맑다.
Just the map of the area. Pretty much explored what we could, it seems. Except the palace ground. Can't even do. Can't jump high enough. So I guess we just head this way by the bench. So we can take a little rest. Then make our way back up, I think. I mean, I could see about going. Oh, no, there's just like a black wall that I can not pass. Okay. Interesting. All right, well, I guess we're going to go back up to the Royal Waterways and climb up the giant gap there. That's all I can think of doing right now. Could always upgrade our weapon too, but I would probably want to get like a back in the city first, you know. One sec. Okay. It's so like deathly quiet. It's kind of uncanny. And here. I think there's anything I haven't done. I kind of just make way back over. Then make my way up. Across. Brava! Okay. More skilled than you, young Padawan. Except I've fallen off the ledge, young Anakin. I think we're back in the city. Back in the city we are. Ah. Nada. Which way do we go? Do we want to go right or do we want to go left? Kind of. Man. Big man. Big damage. Oh, big man with big damage. Big man with big damage, and I have nothing to heal with. Oh boy. I need to find a bench again. I will make my way around this area due time. But first, I think I'm gonna go upgrade my nail. So that seems like a reasonable place, you know? That way we'll be at least a little bit stronger. Okay. And just drowned. Ooh, I parried. Oh, didn't parry that one. Bad. Oh my gosh, I am just taking way too many hits that I should not be taking. It's just crazy, you know, just crazy that I'm taking these hits when I don't need to be taking these hits. I'm better than that. All right. What's your name again? Nailsmith. Oh. Oh, Oh, you've returned. I see you have some pale ore, a rare fine metal that give a rare fine metal that give me the ore and some geo for my efforts, and I'll reforge your nail to make it stronger. Oh, 800? Jeez, that's a pricey amount, but I can afford that. You know, I raided the rich a little bit ago. As you wish. I'll get to work then. Ooh, powering up, baby. There we go. The reforging is complete. I added a channel to your nail. It should cut much more efficient. You'll find it stronger than it used to be. Head out there and test the blade on its foes. You're still here? Is there something else? If you bring me 2 pieces of pale ore, I can forge it into your nail and make it stronger still. So we need more than 1 at this 2 now. But we should be doing cataclysmic levels of damage now. 1 hit for that. I couldn't test on that guy because he decided to just like jump off for some reason. Oh, I think that was only 2 hits for that guy actually. I accidentally sent the soul forth. Doesn't want me to kill him. He just wants to keep going off the edge. That's still 2 hits for that guy. I don't know what like the... It's 3 hits for... I don't think it did like too much improvement, it seems like. We did add a channel. I think we just gotta moving around. Let's see what's up here before we travel super. Really? Maybe I need something else. There. This is a big room. Really big room. Is there really nothing here? Come on. My man, you take way too many hits. Oh, did I not kill him before? That was my first kill on him. It's gonna be quick. Jeez. Takes so much just to get one of those guys down. Ooh. Door with a simple lock. Songstress Marissa, a voice to ease all burdens and still all troubled minds. I did not really mean to do that. Ooh, a Wanderer's Journal. It's an interesting place for one. I just saw like a gap along the elevator and I was like, ah, yeah, that seems like a little secret, but it was just like, man, this elevator is long. What in the world? Skip that. And oh my gosh, there's actually so much. Oh my gosh, there's so many little spots. Oh, we need to go pleasure house. Okay. Interesting. Nobody's here. Seems like that'd be like a room where someone would. Some hot springs though. Very nice. Bench. Love to see it. Saw some cracks in the wall right there. No idea where I'm at. Don't feel like trying to figure out either. I'm very surprised no one's in. Time to explore these areas, see if I can find anything. I did see a money thing in one of these. It's right there. Like 29. It's cheap. We got in here. Quite literally nothing, just eyes in a hole. Hello, NTG Nook, how you doing? How was work? Okay, he hit me that time. He hit me that time. He hit me that time. That's good. We've done a decent, somewhat decent amount of bosses. We did the Dung Defender tonight. I first shot him, so that was pretty good. Stag Station? Stag Station? Take a stag station. I just want to explore. In this room? Doesn't seem like there's anything. You know what? You're right. Look at this golden boy. It's Doug Dimmadome. Oh, how much is this gonna go? Oh, 420. Man, it was a good thing that you were there because I was like, I don't think there's anything here. I was like hitting the wall and I couldn't find anything. And it was just all it was a simple jump. Well, you got me 420 geo right there. So that's very helpful. Thank you for that. Oh. Ow. Oh, I need to heal. I need to heal. Okay. There goes all my healing. Okay, there's so many big guys around. Big guy need die. Ooh, big guy need die. Big guy need die. I know the game hides a lot. I just like, as you can see, I need to name the stream Amnesia playthrough because I just forget a lot of what goes on. And I ran into. There we go. Jeez Louise. Okay. Ooh, I am very lucky that I did not get hit there. Okay, is this the stag station? It's either here or up above. I'm gonna bank right here. It might actually be both entrances. King station. Ah, so we found the queen station earlier. Gonna be a mask in here somewhere. Okay, so there's a locked corridor right there. I just had to come in. Oh no, the bench is broken. Oh no, the stag station's broken. What? It's flooded. Well, that's not good. I was really hoping for a little station so I could go back up to Dirtmouth for a little bit. It's probably right here. They probably had to dig a second tunnel. Yeah. I don't know what wall you're talking about. Alright, we'll come back to that guy here in a moment. I just want to see where these other places lead to. And I pushed him off. This is just bottom stag. Go there in a sec. Oh, I can see it now. Off. Oh, I haven't gone to the grub guy in a long time. I need to go get my grub money. I need to get my grubby fingers on that grub money. Padded room. Else down here? I'm gonna go back the other way because I do know there, like, can go into the crystal mines and I can get a dash there. I just need to go and do it. I've just kind of been going about exploring. All right. I don't really have any good charms on right now. This is all my charm set right now. I just have the compass, the gathering swarm, and soul catcher. It's really quite I don't have a lot of charm slots, so. Wait, where's this taking me? Where? What? Okay. That was pathetic. Okay. Oh, you went down pretty easy. Wait, where did you come from? I don't think this is the fully important area. I could be wrong. I still haven't... I forget what I had to do to, like, get the dreamer stuff, though. I feel like I should have hit the dreamer stuff already. Oh. No, No. Okay. That's not cool. Spawn can't meet in my domicile. I know it's your domicile, but it's actually my domicile. No, you ain't getting away. Despite what you think, you ain't getting away. You ain't the charmer that you think you are. Okay, where am I going? Oh no. What have I done? Oh, I'm somewhere entirely new, so that's cool. Just can't leave me alone, can you? And oofed. Ow, ow. I'll come back here. Need a heal so I can just at least get one more hit. Come on. You are a little prick for doing that like 5 times in a row. I want you to know that. Dreamer stuff is here. Blue Lake. Okay. I swear, like, with the dreamer stuff, you got, like, taken. Like, kidnapped. For it. Stag Station? I feel like I've like skipped over some stuff. I know, we're taking our time, we'll find it, don't you worry. Cursed are those who turn against the king. Oh, they look like little chess pieces. Oh, now this is fine. This is where I get the story. To protect the vessel, the dreamers lay sleeping. Monomon, the teacher, in her archive surrounded by fog and mist. Lorien, the watcher, in his spire, looking over the city. Hera, the beast, in her den, amidst the deep darkness beyond the kingdom. Through their devotion, Hallownest lasts eternal. Dreamer locations added to the map. There we go. I knew it was somewhere nearby. I just forgot where it was. Go no further, little shadow. What compels its climb out of the darkness? What compels its return to the sacred kingdom? A call from beyond the seals? By the vessel? Or by that captive light? Would the seals break? They cannot be undone. But the vessel weakens. The plague springs anew. They must be undone. Yet still our seals remain. Our duty holds. It must cast away. Our duty holds. It shall be done. I hear the dreamers. Here they are. I knew it was somewhere. I couldn't figure it out. Fade away, little shadow. Fade away. And let us sleep in peace. Man, that was a pretty crazy dream right there. I don't know where I'm going. I'm just kind of floating. Oh, hello, little moth lady. Okay, I'm falling to my death. Haha. Man, crazy dream. I feel like I just fell to my death. That couldn't have happened, right? Oh, hey, it's the moth lady again. Deja vu. Up. Moth lady. Man, crazy dream. I feel like I just fell to my death. Little hops, little hops. Little Judy hops. Hops is a rabbit. What a terrible fate they visited upon you, to cast you away into the space between body and soul. Will you accept their judgment and fade it slowly away? Or will you take the weapon before you and cut your way out of this sad, forgotten dream? Ah, the dream nail, I remember you now. Taken the dream nail. Hold Y to charge and slash with the nail. Cut through the veil between dreams and waking. I'm just dead. That's all that's going on right now. I'm just dead. Wait, did I scare you? Ooh. Corey! You returned! Welcome back to the waking world. Those figures, those dreamers, they reached out with what little power they still have and dragged you into that hidden place. But that talisman you now wield, the dream nail, it can cut through the veil that separates the waking world from our dreams. Even the dreamers themselves cannot hide from such a weapon. Though I must admit, That sacred blade has us dulled over time. Together, perhaps we can restore its power. You only have to bring me essence. Essence! The precious fragments of light that dreams are made of. Collect it where you find it and bring it to me. Once we have enough, we can work wonders together. Go out into the world, wielder. Hunt down the essence that lingers there. Ho ho ho! Collect 100 essence and return to me. I will teach you more. You're still in practice. Okay, it was just saying you need 100. Have you seen them? Those whispering plants that grow all over this kingdom? I believe there's just one outside. Why not strike it with your dream nail and see what happens? Okay, it was just repeating the same stuff. Oh, big yawn. I know, I was just playing a bit. I'm just playing. I'm just being a little goofball. I can be a little goofy from time to time. Money gathered so far. Very nice. Very nice. I still need 100 more before I can, it seems. Does look I can smash through here. Oh, like this. Why did I go into the grave? It's a mummy. Mummy dead. Ugh. I really need to go back and see Grub Daddy. Yeah, he has a lot of alimony to pay for me. Finding all his children. Another secret wall here? How many secrets do the dead take with them? Apparently they take spikes with them as well. Oh, you little... This is more booby trap than King Tut's tomb. That killed me! That killed me! No. Where did I go? What? Oh. Of course I just get like ambushed very immediate, and he fell off. Very immediately. Where? Oh, there's no map for up there. Where? I've got a long ways to go. All right, time for the long journey back because I am dumb. Where did... Is it this way that I went? No, it was not this way. What have I done? What have I done? Ugh. I can't lose my geo. I can't lose my geo. You rat, you rat. Hitting a man while he's down, healing himself. I'm pretty sure that's against the Geneva Convention. Oh, well, I got a fragment. Now I got an orb finally. No, I don't need help. I don't need help. I'm good. I'm playing it up for gaffs and giggles and goofs. I like being able to find my way. I'm just very disappointed in myself that I died like that, you know? It's a very dumb death. But now I got more spirit. I'll be okay. I want to find the dreamers. Have a good time. It does happen to the best of us. Hey, I'm still doing better than like my first playthrough ever. I hate you. Everything you stand for, big man. Okay. How many more hits? Thank you. Yeah, I found Zote. I found Zote a long time ago. Zote the goat. We found Zote the goat a while ago. There you go. Oh yeah, this was Blue Lake. Wait, can I just... I could probably just swim across. Yes, I let him live. He's the goat. All right. I know that's a dreamer thing. I need to collect my stuff before I do anything rash. Like, I need to actually get the... I believe it said there was a stag station somewhere. Yeah. Oh, Conifer was here? Son of a gun. Oh, I didn't even have to pay for this one. Okay. That's nice. Ah, many stag stations have opened again. Again, I can travel the breadth of the kingdom. So many grand thoroughfares of old and sideways I've forgotten. Somewhere amongst the lying lies the stag's nest, the place where I was born and raised. I thought its location lost to my failing mind. But now I can almost remember the path. If you keep opening stag stations and beckon me through them, perhaps I'll find that nest. Ah, I would like that very much. Alright, I got a checkpoint. Nah, he the goat though. Zote the goat. Swimming in his little boat. Alright. Believe. Okay, they're 4 hits, but man, they do a lot of damage. You're not dead? Jeez. Another Wanderer's Journal. Poor little guy was mummified. Ooh, it's the snail shaman. Soul eater. 4. Greatly increase the amount of soul gained when striking an enemy with the nail. Ooh, that pretty good. Oh, this room is shaped like a snail too. Hey, if he caused you pain, the pain was probably deserved. Ah! I'm kidding though. I'm kidding though. I know the Pantheon pain apparently because of the Zote. Oh. It's very dark in here. I hear little squeaklings. Please do not kill me, squeaklings. Squeaklings hurt. We are fine. Feel like there's something up there. Okay. What do we got right here? Hey, another Hallow Nest seal, baby. It's funding our days. Ooh, where's this taking us? What? What? I don't have a map, so I can't. I hate you. Why are you back? Killed you already. Well, I guess I sat at a bench, didn't I? Back where? You say back there. Ow! Okay, I gotta heal. Oh, no, no, okay, okay. No. All right, we got enough that we can heal again. We're back in this fight, baby. This has been like the toughest boss, not even boss, just toughest enemy so far for me. Okay, okay. Oh. All right, I'll go back to the graves. I don't think there was anything I missed, but like I know there's like a little gap right there, but I can't reach that. I don't think I missed anything. At least not for now. Ah, no, wait. I saw little cracks there for a moment. What in the world? Okay. Was not expecting this. Whatever this is. Oh. Hello? Ray Mourner. Ah, Mehon. This world, this cruel, sinful world. Oh, why does she wake? Why does she persist? Ah, la mère. You could not know the tragedy as complete as chairs. True lovers stripped apart. Two worlds that could not meet. Ah, now a Melodov lover, dead so long in time, dead so far away, buried me on I, amongst its hateful kin that it did deny our union, that did reject chairs, outsideness. She doesn't suppose. Nalo, Nalo. Could she ask? Could she burden? Le mare, couldst you deliver gift to her grave? The gift is maybe small, but the trek is long. She rests amongst her kind near our queen's lush refuge. Would such a thing be done? Che asked perhaps impossible things, mad things, for la mare. Take up upon such a quest would be a kindness that Che has ne'er forgotten. Is this the white flower? Yeah. Rare boon granted la mare. It will be Che's last request. After this, never shall Che lay a burden on another. A sacred flower is the offering. It's a rare, delicate object. One of a kind, you must cherish it. You must act as though it were your own heart. If you were to get hurt whilst carrying it, or did to attempt to ride these jolting transit beasts, it would forever be destroyed. Her grave lies in the middle of the queen's overgrown estate, surrounded by her kind, who will not look kindly upon your trespass. Take care, la mare. My hopes I place upon you, my fervent wish that this small solace may come to pass. Alright, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it, because I don't think I have access to that area yet. Straight up. I think I can always come back and get the flower again. I sat on the bench. Are you saying yes that I don't have access to it yet? Because I'm assuming I don't have access, so I think I can just get hurt. Tank it for now. Yeah, that's what I thought. I remembered that much at least. That flower you're carrying, it looks quite beautiful, but also very delicate. I fear if you travel with me, it will be ruined. If you need it kept intact, I suggest taking your own legs to carry it to the destination. The flower will be destroyed. It's fine. Go back and get another one. We're just tearing lovers apart for a little bit longer. It's perfectly fine. They've lasted a millennia. They can last a few more years. Years, days, hours, whatever. Hello there. The little blush. Meanwhile, I'm just like falling asleep. That's funny. That's cute. Did you see that tall cliff beyond the town's graveyard? That's only the base of a much larger peak. There are mines and machinery and all sorts of valuable rock forms inside. Many a dweller through Dirtmouth headed straight for it. Feeling tired? That bench. I've already read this one. I forgot about dream mailing people. My savior. So close. Descend into that ruin. Why? Things are so much simpler. Wherever you are, whatever it is you do now, I hope you three are looking after yourselves. Still nothing. I bought out your whole stock. Give me more of your stock, Sly. She was like, oh, she saw me. Cute little gal. Hi, Soul Day. Yes, I'll take the Resting Grounds map. Also take, oh, I don't have to. Oh, that makes it easier. I didn't know those existed. Okay, well, I'm just gonna blast you and leave your shop. Sorry for making you clean all that up. I already read through this last night. All right, mappa. I swear I saw another resting ground somewhere. Maybe I just like pinned over it or something. I think I can remove this mark. Oh yeah. I knew I marked that for a reason. Okay. Let's go challenge this bad boy. Why not? Why the yuck not? Okay, down here, down below. Off to fight a ghost we go, to the resting grounds. Ba-da-da-da. I tire so easily now, and my old legs seem to ache more and more. Still, I'm lucky to grow old at all. So many others haven't. Oh, don't worry, my guy. You'll still have a few more years to smoke. It's gonna be a-okay. And look, you're looking fabulous as well. Look at those jaws, those jaws, looking quite snazzy. All right, so just way. And after we do these, we'll probably go up into the crystal mines. Already 9 o'clock. Okay, I didn't listen to man. I was just like violence on sight. I'm probably dead here. Oh! Okay. Oh, that's some more swords. Okoba. Okay, that wasn't too bad. That was pretty easy. I probably should have listened to him. Because I can see now. Those who turn against the king are doomed as soon as they raise their weapon. Do not call me a traitor. Simply call me a fool. I know you will not flee. Wherever you go, we'll be watching. Yeah, probably should have listened to the man's first. Oh, 120, baby. All right. Oh, so we're gonna do this. Then we're gonna go see Grub Man, and then we're gonna go Crystal Peak. So Moth, Grub, Crystal. That's our game plan, right? Might do a little sidetracking, but that is our game. You're new. I didn't see you before. Dream Shield. Huh. realized I was just low on health as well. Dream shield. What doth thou do, dream shield? Conjures a shield that follows the bearer and attempts to protect them. Interessante. Yeah, I knew it was a charm. What are you doing poking about in a dusty old line like mine? Nothing of worth is hidden inside me. Inside, believe me. But keep probing the world around you with your dream nail. Hidden things will reveal themselves. Ah, Wilda, you've returned. Let me have a look at the dream nail. You've already collected 100 essence. Quick work. Things come naturally to you, don't they? No wonder the dreamers try to bury you in that old dream. Perhaps you frightened them. Or perhaps, being prisoners themselves, they desired your company. In any case, you still have a long way to go. Take this old trinket as encouragement from me and return when you've collected 200 essence. Hallowness. Hey, okay, I see you. I feel you. Alright, so back to Dirtmouth. Go to Grubman. I know there's like a darkness room as well. The crossroads. That I have yet to go to, like over here-ish. So we might as well stop by that as well. This is like something right there. Oh, I believe that's boss there. Oh, she's gone. Yeah, grub. I'm for the grub. The grub. Oh man, it's been a long time. I'm gonna get a lot. Give me that alimony paycheck, Grub Daddy. Ooh, what are you giving me? Ooh. Hey, a mask fragment. Nice. Oh, Grub Daddy, thank you. You shouldn't have. Look at all this good stuff. Grub song as well. Oh. He's feeding me good. Look at all this. Thank you. Don't worry, I shall find more of your children. Don't you worry. So what was Grub's song? It was a charm as well. Gather soul when taking damage. Oh, okay. It's like a somewhat decent one. Wow. Okay. See, if I would have gained some soul there. Ooh, completed another journal. Alright. Shall see what the dark room is, but I think I can just like crash through the floor now. Still can't one-shot these guys. I need pale ore. Give me the pale ore. Okay, that leads to the mine, which we'll go to. And I believe dark room is over here. Yep, we'll insert the video. Okay, I got very lucky there. I was like, I'm gonna just focus both of them, and I was like, oh no, I will not be good if I focus both of them. I had to focus one of them. So this is one way to the crystal. I want to go check the other way too. I'm sure it leads just to the same area. It's just like an option if you want to get there earlier. But still. This is not the way though. Yeah, it is. Never mind. I'm done. Oh, you okay there, little gal? Bury my body, cover my shell. What meaning in darkness, yet here I remain. I'll wait here forever, till light looms again. Oh, Maya. Bury body, cover shell. Darkness, no meaning. Dangerous still remain. Light again. Oh, sorry, Moya. Myla. Be safe, Myla. You're precious to this world. I don't have enough salt. Are you? There we go. And I saw a rancid egg thing up there, and now I'm like, dang it. Now, am I really gonna go all the way back through just so I can get the rancid egg? Abso-freaking-lutely. If I see something, I'm gonna get that something, even though it's gonna take me like another minute just to do another loop around this entire thing. There we go. I thought that was gonna fall off the edge. Still no idea what the rancid eggs are. Alright, we are in the mines. We are Minecraft Steven it up in here. Lava chicken. Ooh, Steve Lava's chicken. It's so tasty and good. Thought you'd hear me say those words, would you? Lava chicken. Ooh, Steve Lava's chicken. And ow, I fell into some bloody spikes because they like to hurt. Dun dun. Oh, you can hit those spikes, the pickaxes. Oh, that kind of good. A little nappy nap. No, I just want to check map, and I don't have map. Of course I don't. Who are you, little guy? Scary crystal mate. I was gonna say you don't hurt that much though, but dang, you just did me pretty good right there. But there's a ton of secrets in these mines, and I just don't know them yet. egg. Ow. So I went through that. Any secrets lie along this path? So. All right. Ooh. Oh, no, you're behind a gate. Who locked you behind your confinement? Who put you in the jar? Let me at him. Still no. Mappa. Still no. Oh, did you see the JJK trailer, by the way? That came out like yesterday for season 3. Ow. Because I watched it. It seems pretty cool. So far, I mean, it probably is pretty cool. I just have never read the actual manga of it. It looks pretty cool, but I know it's all like not shots from the show. It's just pre-animated for the trailer. I feel like this is a bad place for me to go down. What is that over there? I saw my head on a spike. So we'll check that out later because I don't think I can make that gap and I'd be falling probably 1,000 miles based on how wide that gap is. Keep a goofing off. I'm getting mad at myself because I'm missing jumps. Now I'm gonna have that stupid lava chicken thing in my head. I only heard it like one time, which I hate that it's kind of catchy. Because it's annoying. Because once it's in my head, I can't stop thinking about it. Conifer. Ooh, Conifer, where you at, my guy? Conifer. Please tell me where you're at, baby. I need more maps. I need more maps right now because it will help me. Where do you lead? Where do you lead me here today? Okay, I've already been down here. Fudge. I've just done a big old circle. That's all I've been doing. Alright. Oh, wait, no. Hey. Don't worry, I'll be coming to get that alimony here soon, baby. I gotta get more of that caterpillar alimony. Okay, I can kill them. It's not by very conventional means. I see your map, Mr. Conifer. I'm coming for your map. How'd you make it past all these lasers, Conifer? You're a decently sized guy. You must have been like squeezing through them. Come to scale the mountain. I've heard tale of a summit way up there. Too far for me though, and I'm not really one for heights. Oh, you didn't have a lot to say about this area. You're just like, yeah, all area, big heights, big wow. I can't get up there. I need to mark this on my map. All right, map obtained. There was a thing down here that I kind of want to go check out real quick. It's a quick little fix. Ow. That hurt. Yeah, I didn't check out this area. Seem perfect. And I have to go. There, just too good. Another little buddy grub. I don't know what I should call the little buddy grubs. You know, I've collected a fair amount of them, but I'm like, I don't really have like a special name for them. They're just like little babies, little green babies. You can't hurt the little green babies. Ah, you got it. Okay, ow, ow, ow. Okay. Okay. Ooh, trick shot at him. Okay. He was just camping me. Okay. I got martyrdomed right there with the pickaxe. Okay, ow. Oh. Oh. Hated that, hated that, hated that, hated that. Boink. And just for some money. Darn. I was hoping for something a little bit cooler. You know? Maybe like a bug ice cream badge. That'd be pretty cool. Don't worry, my child. My little baby. I rescued you. You don't have to be afraid anymore. So I explored that one spot. Can you explore anywhere else in here? I feel like I do. Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 no. Shit. Jeez Louise. Give me all that yummy soul. Ooh. Oh no, come on. Really? All this geo. Nowhere to spend it. Just have so much geo, it's just overflowing from my pockets. I have too much success. It's a bit sad, a bit lonely if I do say so myself. There. Ow. Ooh, bench. Look, we like bench. Just gotta kill more of those things. Ooh, I see a little boss gate there. Can I partake in the bench? Oh. Ooh. Oh, I can't pogo on his head. Okay, that was way too easy, all things considered. Nah. Where are you going? Where are you going? I saw you hop away. You ain't getting away. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? I can't get to you. You little rat. You little rapscallion. I see you. I'm gonna come for you. I wish I could zoom into this a bit more. Yeah, that's... He didn't want to be found. He was afraid of the power. Ah, it's blocked off again. Just when I think I have a nice clear route, a nice clear passage to get moving forward, no, it's blocked off by another gate. Yeah, I know I need the Monarch's wings. I just haven't gotten to that point yet because it's an amnesia playthrough. Remember? I remember. Wait, how did I miss that? Oh, this is a thing for Sly. Ooh. I was just complaining. I have way too much geo and nothing to spend it on. Well, Sly, I just found a shopkeeper's key. I'm gonna be finding some good stuff. You're gonna bring out your little, like, doodads and trinkets and wares for me, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Quirrell! Ah, quite a view, no? I'm not surprised you survived the trek through these shimmering caves. There's an air of strength about you. I suspect it would be quite intimidating, if not for your, sorry to say this, small stature. Did it sadden you to see those miners below, still laboring at their endless task? Even overcome, strong purpose has been imprinted upon their husks. The crystal ore is said to contain a sort of energy, not as powerful as the soul the city dwellers harnessed, but far less lethal. Strange to know such ancient facts. I wonder from where my knowledge comes. At this high vantage, I can just make it out. The light from that sad little town. I doubt its residents could even comprehend the scale of the world that surrounds them. So small, it seems. All right, we have to be in somewhere pretty close to the peak. The peak. I'm going down. Man, nothing over here? Yes, it's fine. Wait a second. How? Ah, there it is. I was like, I knew something a little fishy here. I can't believe I bought like 8 rancid eggs from that man. That took. Anything on the ground here? No, it doesn't seem like. Yeah, I hit the lever. Should I? What shall I do with it? Bring forth your army. Yes, I did see Silk Song is only $20. Very hyped. Very, very hyped for it. But I gotta get through this before I do that, you know? I still got a good chunk of game waiting for me. Say anything? No? Okay. Ah, man. I already know what I need right here. Little guy right there. I just don't know which way I am supposed to go. There's a way up, there's this way. Why'd I do that? No, I'm very excited. I'm definitely gonna pick it up. I might not play it day one. Okay, there was nothing that way. I don't know why I tried that. But I'm gonna wait till you get it. I don't know if you're gonna like hold off because you get it just because of your test or not, but yeah, I know I can dash off of walls. I just haven't fully utilized that mechanic to the highest extent, if I'm being honest. Oh, I slipped off. But yeah, I don't want to like get it and stream it if you're not going to get it right away because of your test. If you want to just like not get it like day of because of your test, you want to make sure you study. But okay, ow, okay, ow. You are getting it day one, or you're holding off? Ooh. Speedy Gonzalez. Okay, I was going the right way for the this. Oh, getting it. Gotcha. I'll just make sure you study for your test. That's all. Hold LT while on the ground or clinging to a wall. Oh, so crystal heart. You concentrate a force. Release the button to blast forward and fly through the air. Super dash, baby. Now we can move fast. Breathe. Which means we can also hit you. I gotcha, okay. I still need to go upward. I haven't explored like the peak yet. I've lost a lot of scout mates to get to the peak here. But you know, might have been worth it in the end. Can probably go to the lakes now. So up. To go. Really no. Can I like? Come on, throw another one. Nah, it's not gonna let me pogo it. I can't go that way. Let me just mark that on my map. I can remove you. They can't go up there either. That's like a drop down. Coral was up here. Coral's now gone. Ow. Ow. A little further down. There we go. Now we're soaring and flying, baby. Really hoping there was something up. What's down here? Not been here. Ah, no! I knew the mimic was somewhere. I just forgot where the mimic was. The real boy, the real baby is up here. Hello, little baby. They tried to deceive me. Don't you worry. I'll keep you safe forever. Forever and ever. You little guy. Alright, so we did that. You're a secret little guy. Up there, so we can continue forth. There we go. Through the Crystal Peak. Do I have a... Do not. Okay, that was a little interesting action. Hello. Oh, I didn't put the dream nail on Quirrell. I'm glad I put down my weapon. The quiet life with Corny makes me a lot happier. It would be nice to stretch my legs again, though. Sometime soon.
Papa nada.
Oh, sold out here. Dang. White Wanderer, don't be shy. Cold outside. That is soft. He's such a stan. Alright, Sly. I found your key. Give me your goods.
Why? What do you have there? Why, that's the key to my storeroom. I thought I lost it for good. Did you find it up in those old mines, perhaps? Very curious. I have no idea where it ended up in such a remote place. Very honest of you to return it to me, yes. Very kind. Now that I can open my old storeroom up, I can sell you some of the rare stock that's been gathering dust in there. These items may be a little time-worn, but they still retain their full market value. Very precious stuff. Take a look.
Oh. Ooh, wait, Elegant Key. Elegant Key. I remember where that was at. That was down by the city, I think. Oh, yeah. So I think I can get all of this. I'm just gonna get all of it. I don't think I can form another mask, unfortunately, but I can afford to make another mask. I just won't. I can go down to Hallownest, or like a City of Tears. Now I have an extra mask piece. That's cool. I think I'll save on the vessel, but I will get the Elegant Key. And we'll buy these items, and then we'll come back for the vessel fragment at some point. I need more charm notches, though. That's the issue. That noisy old lift. Where does it go? Up to the old mines they carved in the peak, I suppose. Have you been up there? Is it true that crystals grow everywhere you step? A villager brought some of those crystals back to the village once. I don't quite understand the allure myself. Can't eat them, and they don't make very good pillows. They hardly seem worth all the trouble to me. Well, you just don't understand the finer things in life there, Elder Bug. Did you know the caverns continue even below the capital? Few have ventured that deep, so the details are scant. Those who made it back told of an impossibly old structures and roads, formed as though rock itself imposed a will. Alright, so I think I need to go back to Ancient Basin. I know I need to visit the Charm Girl. However, I don't know how to get there. Oh, I guess it's across from Blue Lake. Only thing now is I don't have any geo. I spent so much. I can go down and sell my stuff at the City of Tears. But also check out the lake. Still don't have a map for that area. I could check out there. Well, there. Get that that thing there. Could also go do a dreamer thing. Man, why does he have to be in such like a weird location? I think I'll go to the City of Tears, go to the Soul Sanctum, Yeah, I'll go there, get that dreamer thing. Go do that thing, go sell some stuff, go do that, and then figure it out from there because there's still a lot of stuff. Yeah, I could possibly get the dreamer in the city, but I think I can I should go down to the ancient basin down here. So I think I can go across that gap now. But I think I'll just go to the city tiers for now and get that stuff. City storerooms is where we need to go. All right, so I think we can go across here. Okay, rat, come back here. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. I'm just better. And now can I go? No, that's sealed. Fudge. So I'd need to make that trek all the way around. Okay, we won't worry about that right now. That guy. We will get this other dreamer stuff. And somewhere... Really? Oh man, his body got impaled hard. A decent amount of red stuff. Down below. Look. Okay, wrong. Okay, I parried that one. Ow. Kill that little bit. All right, that's all there is for that one. Nice. So that is done. I hate spikes so much. Hate the spikes, hate the spikes. So that tree should be grown. Very nice. So I can now move that. Yeah, I know I can poke on the spikes. I just not that great. All right, and we'll head over to that Soul Sanctum. Ow. It's down and to the left. Or right. Directions. So I did buy the elegant key. That looked like a very elegant door. Jump. Jump. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's in here. Okay, it's near the Soul Sanctum, okay? May not be the Soul Sanctum. See, I was smart. I was right. Oh, he got double hit from that. Double hit again. Ow. There we go. Nice and easy. What do we got up here? What rewards await us? Figure connected to a device. Is this the snail shaman? Or was the snail shaman? I think that was a snail shaman. Oh, we have a more powerful spell, so haha, that's all we need. Sorry for your loss. I kind of want to go back and see if she's like still there, if I'm being honest. But we need money, so going to sell our journals and seals that we got. Then we'll go from there. Okay, I actually just want to Google if that was the snail shaman, so I don't. I think it was a different snail shaman, but it was still a snail shaman nonetheless. Oh no, that's spikes. Oh, come on. Oh, sheesh, I'm already here. Cool.
Velmi Archid.
Velmi Archid. Alright, we need all the monies. Another hollowness seal. Pass it over then.
Velmi Archid. Velmi Archid.
You're a talent collector, alright. The best I've met. If you keep at it, I worry I'll run out of space in the shop.
Velmi Archid.
A Wanderer's Journal. Yes, I'll add it to the pile with the others. I don't know when I'll get to decipher this one. It's a long, hard work translating the many languages of the bugs that explore these caverns.
Velmi Archid. Velmi
A Wanderer's
Archid.
Journal? You have a knack for finding these. Corpses must be frequent on your journey. No doubt your nails created many more.
Velmi
Okay. I mean, they haven't dropped from anybody yet, so you know.
Velmi
Another Wanderer's Journal, eh? This journal is of traditional stone type. Text endures well upon it. In its declining age, the city switched from stone to parchment woven of spider's silk. It's a small tragedy, but the moisture in these towers have rendered most of those texts illegible.
Velmi Archid.
Illegible, not illegible. A Wanderer's Journal? Have you heard that the saying about stone journals? If dark lurks close by, and your nail has dulled with wear, Just swing your journal at your foes with a blunt and deadly flare. It's a good one, isn't it? And accurate. They sure have a heft to them.
Helma Delca.
Alright, I don't have any more. Where are we going? Blue Lake. Which we need to go to the Dreamer area, so I need to head back to Stag. Take me back to the paradise city where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. Climb, climb, climb. Every time I hear those flying guys, I keep hearing like the Mufasa, brother, help me, brother. Long live the king. No, like that kind of deal. I think I need to head over to the right. We'll heal up. We've been making some good progress tonight. I'm pretty happy. Like, we got a couple new power-ups and whatnot. Doing just shabby. Just dandy. Just have to get up all the way up here. Oh, you know, I didn't use the dream nail on him. Unfortunate. Alright, we wanted to go to resting places. So I can get more charms. Ow. I thought I was gonna go way further with that. On here and to the left, I believe. Oh, I definitely could have just like swam across this, I realize now. Ow. I could have gotten the charms way sooner if I just swam across. Ow. All that for just like egg. Still don't know what they're for. Oh, you surprised me. Hello, hello. Come in, sweetling. Come in and make yourself at home. I'm Salubra, and this is my cozy little charm store. Did the townsfolk tell you to come out and visit me? Yes. This is a lovely village, isn't it? Warm and intimidating and full of life. What were we talking about? Oh yes, charms. I can see you started your own collection. Very nice. I'll show you some of my own, and you can take one home if you like. Ooh, we got ourselves a lot of charms that we can get. Not a lot of notches, though. So I can get one more notch, but I need to get 2 more. Long nail. Steady body just to like save on costs for now. I still need a bunch more charms, and I won't be able to afford this just yet, but I can afford this. And I can afford both of these charms, so I'll do that. Almost cleared out the entire stock, so that's cool. And oh, I've acquired half of the charms. Very nice. And I got 3 more charm slots, so might as well put something to use. What should I do? Yeah, I could get rid of the magnet, but I still need a lot of money, you know? I don't know what I want to... Maybe the soul casting be one of them. Might just do the power of spells. Now. Since we're over here now, where would I like to go? I don't quite know. Yes, we can... Oh, you know, I could have just mantis clawed up that wall. I'm so stupid. I could have done that as well. Where do we want to go? I guess since I'm over here, I could go down to Green Path and get the Dreamer right there. Maybe check out that little gap right there as well. Head over to Lake Un, because I'm pretty sure there's a charm if I go across the lake. I know there's a rosy part there. Or I could go down to the Ancient Basin. All of those are options. There's also this like area to the right that I just have decided I do not want to do as well. Just yet. I'm gonna say we'll get this streamer and then go from... Got like another 45 minutes that I'm willing to do tonight. Okay, I thought I could... Anything in here that Sly left behind? Doesn't look like... I know there's like a little secret boss I can kind of do. I think I'm technically supposed to have the double jump for that area, but could just see if I can do it, because I have to go that way anyways. Is there anything else? I know there was like a caterpillar, a grub that I couldn't get before. I think it's along the way, so I think I'll be fine. Oh, I didn't get this before. Oh. Heard something over here. Okay. Oh, would you look at that? A little mask piece. Another one for the collection. I know I'm missing a, like, beetle or grub somewhere. It's gonna pick me off. Did I kind of just goof? I think I kind of just goofed. I think I'm fine still. Oh, hello. Fossilized gome wedged into the rock. Interesting. Not what I remembered being here. Is that really the only thing here? I feel like there should. Oh well. Guess I figured out what was there. I think it's up above, actually, was the what I was thinking. I think I technically need money for what I'm going here for as well. Yeah, I don't have enough. Darn. Oh, jeez. Okay. That's pretty powerful now. Something over there by the Mansions Village, but I think I need the double jump for that. Just check here. I think I might actually, yeah, I needed something that I can go through the acid. Right, we were going for the Dreamer. Not the acid. Fudge. That's locked. Oh. Did that to yourself. I don't want to hear anything about it. Yeah, we're here. Wait, child. Why have you come here? Have you come to tame this savage ruined land? Many have come to purify this place, but all who dwell here are eventually consumed. Yes, even the wild bugs lurking below us. They were once proud like you, but now they're only monsters. Beware dreams of glory, child. Turn back and do not return. Oh, fudge. Oh, fudge. I am getting beaten relentless. Ow. Ow. Oh, I'm getting beaten relentlessly. Ah, thank goodness. That was a little annoying, but we did it. My mind, it clears. Have we been sleeping, child? Ah, I remember those proud lords. Were they truly monsters? I remember their eyes now, bright and clear. Why then did I fear them so? If there was madness in that village, it was I who brought it. They were right to cast me out. When I attacked, they were right to. They were right to kill. To kill me? Ah. Not too shabby. How many do we get from that? Ooh, another 100. Very nice, very nice. Okay, that's another thing taken care of. Where are you down there? You down there. What did I mark these for? I don't know what the quickest station to get to is. This Queen's Station we can go to. Let me go up to Lake Ow. Yeah, Lake Ow. My favorite place. It's a lake of pain, a lake of pleasure. Oh, stay away, bomb. Just a cross. Wow! 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 Still kind of sounds like Bowser. Or not Bowser. I was saying Bowser last night. Wario. Holy smokes, I'm bad with the references tonight. And last night, I guess. Two, three. Just gotta make our way back through, despite the lengths of the journey, and please don't fall in bloody acid. Okay, or get hit by stupid farting bugs. I already got the mask from here. Not too concerned about that. I couldn't go there. Let's go to the stag station for green path. Omne sordo. All right, in green path. Let's go up to Lake Un first because that seems like the quicker path. Can't climb that wall. Ooh. Quick timing. Quick reflexes. Oh no. I can't. Okay. Can't do anything here. Ooh. Unfortunate. It is what it is. So we just gotta go back to the thorn path. We'll try. Dang it. If that doesn't work, we'll go down to the ancient basin. No. We gotta go a little bit more down. Stop that. No, come on. No, dang it. Okay. Oh. Somehow got through all that. Where does that lead us? Me jumping into a thorn, I guess. Where am I even at? There's so many thorns. Son of a gun. I don't have that much health left. Oh, hello. What do we have here? A painter? Eh? A visitor? Why have you crept here, little grub? Perhaps like me, you have a taste for discovering new things. I am Shio, and in a previous life, I was a nail master. Yes, the only thing that drove me to becoming a stronger was honing my skills with a nail. I imagined it was my one calling in life, but that feeling faded over time. Now I seek a new calling, something that speaks to my soul and compels me forward. That's why I spend my time here, secluded, trying to master the art of creation. Painting, sculpting. These things bring a different kind of pleasure. You don't seem very moved by what I said. Was it Shio, the nail master you were looking for? Did you come to learn a nail art? I'll teach you if you insist. Absolutely, we'll learn a nail art. A little upgrade. Great slash. Hold X to concentrate energy into the nail. Release the button without holding up or down to perform a great slash. So, my work, does it move you? The wielding of a nail, the wielding of a brush. These things are not so different. We cut into the world so that we can peer deeper inside. For now, though, I have nothing more to teach you. Your path forward, only you can see it. Good luck. I like your paintings, sir. And all your sculptures, they're very nice. I have spare brushes and plenty of paint. Once you tire of the nail, feel free to join me in my art. Sweet. Ooh, we're gonna do some damage now. I hate the thorns. But dang, that was a good little trek to make, I do suppose. I think now let's go down to the ancient basin. What's the best station to go to? I can just go to that one. Just a bit of a climb is all. Go, hopping up, hopping up, hopping up. What was in that top right corner? What was in that top right corner? Dead center of my screen. What was up there? Why couldn't I pass forward? Is it a double jump I needed? I'm kind of curious. I'm all the way out here. Might as well take a look. Why not? You know? Might find something that I forgot about. Oh man. Just absolutely decimated by that. I still haven't got like a... I know there's like an up spell. For... because I have the down smash spell, but I don't have the up spell. Oh no, I already figured out what was secret. I forgore. Maybe. This looks unfamiliar. Hello. Goodbye, Grub. Oh. Did miss something. Okay. I'm gonna go this way just to see what I can find. Howling Cliffs. Oh, okay. Check you out shortly. King's Idol. Okay, I can't go further to the left. This is the King's Idol. Oh, it's a relic that I can turn in. Okay. I mean, while I'm here, might as well, see what I can get. Swore I heard something to my... I swear I hear something in the right of my ear. This? Higher beings, these words are for you alone. These blasted plains stretch never ending. There is no world beyond. Those foolish enough to traverse this void must pay the toll and relinquish the precious mind this kingdom grants. Okay. Cryptic. There's journal. There's also something back here. Oh. A weird room. Ooh, red? Corpse of a large bug. Interesting. That released some red energy when I struck it. Oh. Oh. Okay, this is entirely new to me. Interesting. You alive now? Interesting. Not quite sure what that is. Are the tree things still out here? I kind of just like collected that for a moment. Stuff. Probably got to react. Yeah. Silly view right there. Conifer, where are you at? Why are you all the way up here now? I guess why am I all the way up here is a good question too, you know. He never asks why I am where I am. Guess I respect him for that. He just like, let me sell you maps and that'll make me happy. And I'm like, yeah, me buying maps will make me happy. Hello, Conifer. Enjoying the bracing air, we are quite close to the Hallownest borders, and those are desolate plains that surround it. In this direction, I'm about as far as I'm willing to go, though it's been a pleasant change from the tight confines of the caverns. I've drawn out a small map of the area. It's a simple one, and more for completion, really. Not knowing the full extent of a region can be quite frustrating. Yes, let us purchase the map. Ooh. So I already went down to that lower. Let's see. Where am I missing? Oh, jeez, there's still more. All right, that was the last one. There was something by Conifer. Weird. It's a weird little area. Watch. Oh my gosh. Heal up before we do anything else. Yep, nothing there. Oh my gosh, please. I am so dumb when it comes to spikes. For you. Strength back up. No, I figured it was worth a shot to at least try. No. Didn't know if there would be anything there, but what we got in here? blue guys, I'm assuming. Keep it. Oh, this is so pretty. Ah, this is so cool. Oni's blessing. What is Joni's blessing? Barrier will have healthier shell and can take more damage, but they will not be able to heal themselves by focusing soul. Ooh. Okay, I saw you there. Ah, I see you bear my blessing. I can't remember giving it, but my memory has been a little lacking. Isn't it just so peaceful here? Such a perfect place to rest. You shall rest forevermore. This is a nice little area. I like the blue. The blue color is so cool. All right. I think now that's discovered. Let's move on. Come up to this area here. I think is the original area in the game. Cool. I was thinking it was going to be more here, but it wasn't really that much. Ooh. I am Gorb. Bow, 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 bow to Gorb. The great mind, I am Gorb. Ascend, 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 ascend with Gorb. We'll challenge Gorb. Seems like a Gorby little fellow. I like his. You're getting more and more prickly. Okay, that Gorb was pretty easy. Gorb was pretty simple. I am Gorb? The great mind, the pain. Ascend, ascend. I am. I am. Ooh, we are getting a lot of dreamer stuff. Very nice, very nice. It wasn't too bad. Simple, actually. I always like a little like shocked like Pikachu sound. I feel like it makes the mosquito. It's like, oh, I can't believe you've done this. Ooh, wait, who was up here? Hello? Oh. Nail Master Mato. Ah, well met. Yes, I thought I could sense the aura of a fierce warrior approaching. I'm impressed you found my sanctuary here at the top of the world. No doubt you've endured many trials and overcome many foes in your quest to find me. No, don't speak a word. I, Nail Master Mato, who was taught by the art of the nail by the great nail sage himself, hereby accept you as my pupil. Let us begin this lesson immediately. Dang, we're learning multiple nail arts tonight. Cyclone slash. Okay, so it's a hold X and up and down. Your form, exquisite. Now I know how my own master felt when he passed down his teachings to us. I hope you don't think me too forward when I say that I consider you to be my child. Yes, when I saw you perform my nail art, I felt a bond between us suddenly flash into existence. You honor me beyond words, my pupil. Thank you.
Bam. Finelo. Bam. Finelo. Bam. Finelo.
Wonder what the purpose of the cyclone slash will be, other than to like just hit people on both sides of you. But we found ourselves another mystery area. Another son of a gun, thorn. Another power upgrade, so that's kind of cool. I'm very excited about that. Any like weak floor here? Thing of like that sort? I think I already went over. Yeah, now I can't get that out of my head. The surprise Pikachu sound it kind of makes. Nothing. Nothing in the ground, nothing in the sky. It's nothing. King's Pass. Make our journey through here once again. Just need to see if there's like anything along the floor, because this is the starting area where we started out at. I got a random thing from killing that. Nothing along the ground yet. It's down here. What the thing that was here? Oh, because I pogoed across, that's why. Thing of interest. Besides, like, nail mask. Oh! New land, different from the last. How many more will we see? The roads between are dark and long, but Master's light will always guide us. Interesting. Oh. Divine. Ah! Did you call us? You called us and we came. We came. You don't look scared. Why did you call us? Ah, it doesn't matter. Don't tell me. We came and I can smell something. Something deep below us. I want it. I want it.
shadow and fire will dance together so prettily, I think. You carry a lot of smells on you, but you don't have one of your own. Funny little thing. Aborericras.
Elderbug, are you okay? Is his jaw normally agape like that? Hello there.
You called us? Speak to master. When flame burned bright inside one's mind, can't heed the call across lands and time.
Hello? Ooh. Ooh, hello there.
So, it was you who called us. Well met, my friend. Well met. I am Grim, master of this troop. The lantern has been lit and your summons heeded. A fine stage you chose, this kingdom fallowed by one and perfect earth upon which our ritual shall take place. And you, my friend, your own part is far from over. As the lantern flared, your role was cast, our compact written in scarlet fire. Eager we are to see you commence, but first some illumination is required.
Grimchild.
Across these lands my kin now spread, harvesting that essence peculiar to my breed, the flame and dream. Seek my kin, claim their flame, and return to me. Together marvels shall be achieved. But don't fret, small one. For this task you won't travel alone. My small child shall guide you to the flame and gather within itself that burning essence. Like you, the child plays key role in this task. Only with it by your side will the flame and my kin reveal themselves to you. Spooky. Very, very spooky. Flame, seek it out for master.
Okay. So this is something I did not do in the original game. I was like, I heard about this, but I had not like seen it. And I had no idea how to activate it. Oh, look there. Something strange and sinister has suddenly appeared. It fills me with dread. I think it best I try to ignore it. Why must these grotesque strangers intrude upon our peaceful little home? Something feels like the whole world is conspiring to make me uncomfortable. I just like how his mouth is a jaw. Or a gape. Not a jaw, a gape. Okay, still don't have enough for that. All right, so I think we'll probably call it there for tonight. Dream Shield, still something that needs to be done. We rest and adjust the charm. I'll put Grimchild. Is he? Oh, just he's 2 cost. Darn. Grimchild is on, and is there like another like one? Oh, a little guy. I don't know what the sprint really does, if I'm being honest. All right, so Yeah, we made some good progress tonight because we did not have Royal Waterways, we did not have Ancient Basin, Resting Grounds, Crystal Peak, Howling Cliffs. Ooh, I see the fire now. Okay, okay. Have to go get those. Probably do that next time. I'll probably stream tomorrow again as well. Just to keep progressing. But I think tomorrow we'll go for the flames. We'll go to the ancient basin. And I think we'll just go from there, you know? I don't think it's I mean, there's like a couple markers on my map that I need to figure out, but we'll have to clear those up at some point. I think we're doing pretty good. I think we are making some very solid progress, all things considered. Having a great time as well. Like, I've already found stuff that I had not done in the previous game, which is this Grim Troop. So very happy about that. But yeah, I think we're gonna call it there. I do want to thank everybody for coming out to the stream tonight. Had a lovely time. I do want to thank NTG Nook for hopping in and hanging out in chat for a little bit. And yeah, thank you to everybody for stopping by and the new followers. Gaming with Jessica was a 321 was a new follower tonight. Yeah, I think that's just about it. So that, everyone, I do hope you have a wonderful evening, and we'll be back tomorrow with some more Hollow Knight, seeing how much further we can progress. Is there like a progress counter in the game? I don't know like what my progress is at this point. I have like a progress counter. But yeah, I'm having a wonderful time. So with that, everybody, thank you so very much for coming out to the forest. My name is the Forest Nook, and remember, kind, be safe, be good people.